Hey, world, welcome. Thank you so much for coming and checking out our little stream. I asked us to go live, but then realized that I myself was not quite ready, so this is me vamping mildly for just a second. There we go. Hey, things are working now. Excellent. So here we are, and this is our Sunday group. This is the Sagas of the Shimmering Sea. This is the Chosen Few. These fine people were all chosen. They have no idea why by a nation called the Kava. And the Kava is a secretive nation. For a long time, they had magical barriers surrounding their civilization that prevented anyone from entering or exiting, at least so far as anyone knows. Um, but when the former empire fell that sort of surrounded the Kava, but never successfully conquered it, they eventually brought down their barrier, but still were very standoffish and secretive. And only recently, after 50 years of conflict and maybe 8 years of peace, are first bringing in a group of people into the Kava, and chose a very specific group of people to come in, specifically these five. Yes, these people were chosen. Why these few? I don't know. It's hard to say, but they have learned at least a little bit that there may be some foul play going on in the Kavad that they may be asked to solve, um, as it were, and that is interesting. So, on their trip to the Kava, just as a quick summary, um, on a glorious and beautiful airship, several creatures fell out of the sky and destroyed their airship, causing them to crash land in the wilderness. But they handled that incredibly well and ended up saving a huge number of people's lives. It was great. So most of their crew ended up surviving. Um, and then they traveled through the wilderness again very effectively, and made their way to a small town called Kessin. In Kessin, they met with another group of people from um, the Grand Accord, or sort of UN-ish organization, League of Nations-ish organization, whatever you want to call it. And those people agreed to ferry them to the Kava the rest of the way. So they let off most of their people go, but five of them stuck around, wanting to help them out and sort of becoming more committed to them in the process. And so these five heroes with their five retainers are on a airship that is headed to the Kava. And they have just crossed the border, which still has the magical shield up that sort of obscures vision for people. They get to the other side and look out, and immediately the first thing they see when they cross over is fields of uh, plants, mostly flowers of various sorts, very beautiful, but not definitely not like wild. These are planted in rows and organized. They're growing flowers the way that, like, here on Earth people grow grapes. It's rows of it in patterns and in groves, and you see that many of them are brightly colored. Some of them weirdly colored. There's flowers that are like of the deepest red that you've never seen before in your life. There's flowers of these weird purples, and again, they're all far below you, and they're growing in just like these long fields. As you are heading forward, you're able to see, though, very quickly in the distance, a very very tall, very thin building. This is without a doubt the tallest building that any of you have ever seen. Certainly, some of you come from pretty significant civilizations that have rather large buildings in them. Racy has buildings as tall as 5, maybe 6 stories in it. Certainly, Terra Vest was a pretty big deal for most of you. There was some beauty there in the architecture. Things again 6, 7 stories tall. But now we're looking at buildings in the distance that are so far away that it seems like they're almost touching the sky. In fact, the clouds themselves go around parts of them, and you can see the buildings rise above the clouds. So these are massive buildings in the distance. Um, so you guys have a stowaway, not a stowaway, sorry, you guys have a person that you have smuggled onto the ship named Masozi. And you are smuggling him into the Kava. What is your intention now with this? What's the plan?
Well, we talked at one point about pushing him off the ship with Featherfall, which sounds fun.
And if we have someone available with Featherfall who would be willing to go along with this plan, that would be ideal. And
yeah,
I think we probably talked about that as sort of plan A.
Yeah, so you actually do. There's a guy named Hardner Tulsi. He is a member of the Grand Accords sort of CIA organization. I don't know if that's really the right word, but whatever. They're figuring out their identity still. And he is a wizard, and he happens to have the Featherfall spell. So if you want to toss Masozi off the edge of the ship and do that, that's fine by me.
Masozi, do you feel comfortable with that plan? I don't imagine everyone feels comfortable getting launched off of an airship, even if it's safe.
Your magic is good. It is safe. It doesn't fail or go faulty. Hardner looks at him and says, "No, it does not."
I think it'll work, Masozi. I think this is our best way of getting you away from us before we get too close to our destination.
Then I guess this is what shall be done.
I hope this isn't goodbye. I hope we will see you again at some time.
Yes, it is my hope as well. And he looks at Nova and he says, "I am sorry about the knife."
That's okay. It's happened before.
I hope this will not interfere with our friendship.
No, we're good. We're good.
And he just sort of turns and walks to the side of the ship, steps up on the railing, looks back at you guys, like salutes a little bit, and then just jumps off.
Did you cast the spell?
How far?
Yeah, Hardner cast.
So can we tell about where we are when he jumps? Like, are we well into the Kava past the border? Are we near to the city?
Yeah.
Where do we feel like we might be?
Yeah. So one thing that's because the Kava's border is so sharp, right? There's like a literally a magic spell that defines the edge of the border. Like the important thing was getting through that for him. So he's happy to jump off more or less whenever. I think he's not one for long goodbyes. So probably about 10 minutes in past the border is where he hops off, and you can see the building in the distance of the city. But again, it's a hugely tall building.
He's not super close. He's kind of in the middle of nowhere. Is where he's jumping
he's a little
off.
bit in the middle of nowhere, or at least in the middle of these fields of flowers.
As he jumps, can I scan the wilderness around us?
Absolutely.
Watching his fall to see if there might be anyone watching him or us do this.
Yeah, absolutely. Why don't you roll a perception check for me?
Okay.
Do you still have your spyglass?
Yeah, we salvaged it.
Yeah, then you can make this at advantage.
Yay. Oh, a 2 and a 1.
Nice. Yeah, so an 8. Yeah, that doesn't really amount to much. So I think you do see that there are like people occasionally, white-skinned people with dark splotches on their skin, the citizens of the Kava, are like, you see one or two of them working in the flower field. So this is definitely not an unheard of situation here. There are people there.
This is when Winona made a good point. Did I trade the spyglass
I
in?
thought so. To Samo,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, to Samo. So
Yes,
it was
you
just it
did.
was a
So
natural one, or
never
actually just a
mind.
2. Anyway.
Great. Never mind.
Thank you.
So
I won't do that
thanks
anymore.
for reminding all of us of that. Thank you. Yes. So
I'm getting rid of that.
no worries. Excellent. Yeah. So yeah, he jumps off the edge and falls, and you see the same thing though. There's a couple people here working in the fields. So let's talk about the terrain a little bit. So we have these massive fields of flowers, and when you look at them, it's not like one flower in a huge row and then another flower in a huge row. It's a little bit more random than that, except that when you look at it, you sort of get like a feeling of a pattern, even though you can't quite make it out. It's a little bit like maybe you're too close to make it out or something like that. It reminds me of like pointillism a little bit, George Seurat. But you guys are just like at the wrong position to sort of make out what the colors actually combine into or whatever. And that's huge. It's miles upon miles, acres of these fields of flowers. On one side, away from the main city that you're heading towards, there is sort of mountainous terrain, and you see in the distance sort of people like stone monuments in circles, weird shapes, people sort of darting out and looking at you. You can see them looking at you even in this distance. You see sort of their little bodies. They look a little bit like Matchbox people at this point, but still you can see them, and that's sort of on one side. And then on the other side, you see massive amounts of water, just a huge. It's not a lake; it's a combination of river systems that are flowing into each other almost endlessly. It's almost like an infinity pool, except that it's just streaming over like acres upon acres of land. There's huge amounts of water here. Um, yeah, let's see. Let's pull let's see, who would it be? Yeah, Timothy. I almost called you John. Timothy, um can you roll for me an investigation check?
Sure. There we go.
Yeah. Your first thought about this is also your first thought about the impossibility of this, but you look at that and your first thought is, did they build those waters? Because that is just like it's a little bit too natural, it's a little bit too perfect. But then you're like, no, that's impossible. It's way too big for someone to control that much and to organize that. Like it's huge, right? This is a scale that is unheard of in the world. But it's so there's some sort of order or organization there.
Is there any discernible pattern?
You'd have to like get closer to really take a look. Do you want to encourage the airship to go off course to head that way to see if you can get a look? It's you're looking, like, if there is, you're looking at it from the wrong angle. You're looking at it like this,
Okay.
and you might need to be in a little bit better situation to see it.
No, I'll put a pin in that to look at some maps later.
Yeah. Excellent. So Captain Monira is the one leading this ship right now, and she looks out and says, this is my first time as well. Does anyone know what we're looking at? This is quite extraordinary.
I turn to Nephany. Do you have any insights?
It's been a long time since I was here. I was 7, maybe 8 of age when I was exiled.
After she killed a priest?
Yes.
Wow.
Dope.
Okay.
Nephany, does
She's a prodigy.
I'm sorry. Do the Kava measure time in the same way? Like, are your years and our years the same?
Orbits around the central star of the system.
Yes. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
We have other ways of measuring time, but no, a year is still a year.
Okay. Thank you.
Of course.
Nephany, I meant to ask this earlier, but what are there gods of do people worship here?
Yes, many gods, many religions, many beliefs. More different than your people's beliefs. They are more diverse.
That's probably for the better.
The Kava is closer to all the shimmering seas in beliefs rather than any one nation.
Great.
As much diversity here as throughout.
Not quite as many priests as there used to be, though.
Yeah, she sort of looks down a little ashamed.
Now, there's no need to bring our pasts into this, and I'll shoot a telling glance at Celexa.
Hey, Nephany, what do you know about all these flowers?
Well, they are and she pauses for a second, and it's not just her stutter. She pauses for a second. A form of sustenance.
Oh. Do they make some kind of picture?
I don't know.
I was thinking maybe from the tower. That's where I'd want to see them.
It's possible. I've never been up that high.
Okay.
The Kva is a I'm sorry, I do not know the word boss, worker, underworker.
Hierarchical?
Hierarchical, good, yes, excellent. Very hierarchical society, not and also very
Rigid?
rigid, yes, and segmented. What one knows, not all know.
Compartmentalized.
Yes, excellent, good.
Nova, that's a really big word.
I know words.
Nephany, which group of people were you a part of?
We were poor. I lived, and she points over there, and she points at the mountains where there is the stone monuments there in various circles.
Do poor people stay poor here?
Yes.
So are you worried about going back? Like, do we have to keep you a secret?
Oh, yes, please.
Like you need to hide, or we shouldn't tell anybody who you are.
Oh, I don't think that they'll know me as one of them. I appear human.
So we just don't tell anybody who you are.
Yes, please.
We won't address you with anyone around.
Yes, please.
Is Nephany a distinctive name from the Kva?
It is not my name. It is my name that I took when I moved to Hille in Shalestra.
Well, I guess that's that then. You'll just be Nephany. I guess you have been most of your life at this point.
Yes, 20 years.
Nephany, is your family here?
They are not my family anymore.
I understand.
My crime means that I am no longer father's daughter.
Sorry to keep bringing up the unpleasantness, but can you remind me why you killed that priest again?
It was a difference of opinion.
I mean, those priests can be real opinionated. I get it, to be honest.
Yes, exactly.
Caliban smiles thinly.
He wanted me to be else than I am. And she grips her spear tightly.
Okay. Well, let's change topics, I think.
Can we tell how far out we are? Like, how much longer is it till we land? I would like to ask the captain this.
Yeah, and so she looks at you and looks out on the horizon and says, well, to be honest, I'm not sure. I know that sounds weird, but something is weird here with the way that distance works. I thought we were maybe an hour or two out from the border city, but it looks like we're not moving at the rate that we normally move, but it looks like we're moving at the rate that we normally move. So I'm not fully certain. If I don't know, give me another 20 minutes, and I'll try to have an answer for you.
I gotta be honest, Captain. I don't love hearing this. We don't have a great track record with airships.
Yeah. Well, I don't like giving you that information. I don't have a good track record with not having enough information.
Selexa's gonna go back to looking for Astrovarks.
Caliban, you look like you have something on your mind.
I can ask later.
Okay.
It's okay.
So you travel for another 10 minutes when Captain Monira calls you guys and says, someone get up here now. And you see her, like, she's standing on the front of the ship and she's looking out into the distance.
I go running up.
Yeah.
Nova goes too.
Yeah. You guys immediately notice and see that there are 2 airships flying up towards you guys. They're very, very small, but they're also moving really, really fast. And this is bizarre. You guys have never heard of like smaller airships. Like there's different sizes in the sense that like there's normal size, then there's like massive size, but these are like small. This is like rowboat sized airships.
And they're flying like vertically up to us?
Yes. Yeah, they're flying at a steep incline, I would say.
Okay.
Like this.
And I ask her, can I take your spyglass for a moment?
Sure. And she hands it to you.
Okay. Can I look and see what I see?
Yeah. Roll a perception check. Take advantage.
Let's try this again.
No,
Second time's the charm.
Yeah. Nope.
What the heck?
So you look down at them.
2 2s.
They are moving incredibly quickly. They are just soaring through the air like towards you really, really quickly. And like you can't like focus in on them. Like every time you sort of get it, you have to like move quick to track it because they're moving just too fast.
Don't let me roll this game.
Fair enough.
Wasn't good.
Yeah, and they're just tearing towards you guys.
Nova will take out her ranged weapon.
Mm-hmm. Which is what? Just out of curiosity.
It's a heavy crossbow.
Perhaps I'm going to call out from the back of the ship. Perhaps it's just like a welcoming committee. I've dealt with a lot of tribes that often send a person or 2 to welcome the newcomer. Maybe it's friendly. I hope.
Stephanie?
I don't know.
Shit.
Well, let's just be prepared. Yeah,
Mhm.
holds on to her longbow.
Okay. Yeah. So the two ships coming very quickly. One of them like stops midair suddenly in front of you guys, and it's like the most sudden stop you've ever seen an airship take. And then it starts traveling backwards at an equal speed to the speed that you were traveling forward. So it's maintaining distance with you. And then suddenly, like this big bubble of purple energy just sort of erupts from the ship. And it looks like there's this cloak of purple light that's sort of glowing around the ship. And then you hear a booming voice. You have entered into the Kava airspace. Who are you?
We're the chosen few.
We were sent for. Our airship crashed before this. About a week ago? Or a couple days ago? A week ago? About a week ago. We were on our way here, but we have managed to commandeer? We've managed to get another ride.
Yeah, roll a persuasion check.
Can I be assisted by someone who is speaking?
If no one was speaking.
Oh, I was speaking.
Oh yeah, okay. Fair enough. Yeah, I'll allow it.
Pretty please.
Sure.
This seems like an important roll. Like, God, I'm rolling again. 21 then. Great.
Rolling. What am I rolling?
Persuasion?
No.
you're good.
You
good.
assisted me. I rolled at advantage.
Okay.
21.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. So this person, you hear the voice boom out again, while you're looking at this purple billowing cloak with like lights inside of it, almost specks of light inside of it of different colors. And the voice shouts out again and says, "Prepare to be boarded. Your story must be confirmed."
All right.
Seems fair.
Yeah, let's put our weapons away,
Okay.
just in case.
Do you actually put your weapons away?
I put it lower.
Fair enough. I put it lower. That's the same thing, right?
Yeah.
Excellent. Yeah. So there you guys are, and the other small ship like shimmers back into existence. It disappeared for a minute, and you lost track of it, and it appears back into existence. It's like this shimmering light as it fades into appearance, and just flies very elegantly up next to your boat, and two stern-looking warriors just hop out of it and land on your ship. This boat is very small compared to your ship. It's basically a rowboat compared to your sailing ship, your like large-scale sailing ship. But these two just hop out of it, no problem. They're both holding glaives, and one of them sort of does like a somersault, and the other one does like a superhero landing on your boat. And they just look around and see you guys. And one of them says, "Who speaks for the chosen?"
Caliban.
I turn to Alexa.
You guys really don't have to show off like that. You know, you're the ones who wanted us here. Why don't you just, calm down and come talk to us?
I guess I'll speak.
Nope, nobody's impressed by your whatever that was.
Alexa,
I was impressed.
I want them to kill us.
So you are the one that is speaking for the chosen?
I guess so.
He's looking at Alexa. He's looking at Alexa.
Caliban.
I mean, well, what do you want to know? We already told you. You guys wanted us here. We're here. What else do you want to know?
We can
Explain
both
what happened to our
be
ship.
speaking for yes. Then.
What did it?
Explain what happened to our ship.
Explain what happened
To your ship?
Oh, that ship. Yeah. Well, there were we had a problem. We were attacked what? She looks at Caliban. Twice? Would you say? Attack twice?
Twice in a very quick succession.
Yeah. They were. Do you know, like astro wargs? I think they're called. They're like flying.
Yes, I know
wolf
of Astrobots.
things.
They
Yeah.
were
Pests.
attacked by astrobarks.
Yeah, they came and knocked us out of the sky.
We were able to salvage most of the crew, and we traveled on foot, intending to reach the Kava as quickly as possible. We dropped off many of those people in Kessin, and retained a couple of our original crew, and asked these fine people to fly us here in the stead of your unfortunately crashed ship.
Yeah, so the person makes sort of a sweeping glance, looking around at you guys, at the five of you, at Captain Manira, and at the other members of the Order of Starlight that are there. And you see him make eye contact with Hardner Tulsi, who is a tiefling. And Hardner Tulsi just sort of looks at him and like gives a nod of acknowledgement. And he like gives a nod of acknowledgement back and then sort of continues looking around your group. Then you have done
check?
well. Yeah, roll an insight check.
Okay. That's very new and strange. 23.
Yeah, Hardner Tulsi gave nothing away, but the guy that nodded at Hardner Tulsi, it was a momentary surprising look of recognition. So he nods, and then he makes a quick circuit and says, then you have done well to avoid the dangers of the woods and to have survived an attack by the Astrobarks.
Well, thanks. Your approval is very valuable to us right now. We are also glad to be alive for our own reasons.
You are to be commended. And he looks towards, are you Captain Monira, the captain of this vessel? And she looks and nods and says, yes, I am. He says, I will take them from here. Okay, she says, and looks at you guys for confirmation.
The best.
Can they carry all of us?
Yes. And as he says yes, 3 more ships fade into existence.
Oh.
Because there's 10 of us.
Yes.
Okay.
10. 5 plus your retinue.
Okay, good. Just checking.
Yeah. So he puts his fingers up to his lips and whistles, and one of the boats just sort of sails down. It sort of floats down almost like a leaf, bouncing back and forth, while still keeping pace with your airship, and basically parks next to your boat and says, we should be able to fit some of you on here. 4, get on.
Nova and Bethany go.
Mm-hmm.
I'll go with Nova.
Okay. And then the boat sort of takes off. And then another boat sort of sails down like a leaf, and more of you get on. And then another boat sails down, and more of you get on. And I think that's actually all they need. So we've got 3 vessels with people on them, and 2 vessels that seem to only have members of the Kava upon them. And this guy walks up to Captain Manira and says, turn around, leave. If you are welcome back, you will be notified through the Grand Court. And Captain Manira nods and like literally just begins turning the steering wheel right then and there.
Thank you.
Bye.
Okay. So these much smaller ships are very, very fast. They seem to be moving faster than your own vessels substantially. And as you are moving forward, one of the people in the vessel begins talking to each of you. It'll be a different person in each vessel, but it doesn't really matter. Basically, they say as 3 major cities, as you would call it, in each area, you will be taken to the capital city of the Kava. At least this capital city of the Kava. Prepare your eyes. It can be quite the spectacle for those who have never seen it before.
Who's in charge of your retinue here, if you don't mind me asking? I'm Caliban, by the way.
You ask for authority?
I just out of curiosity.
My name is Bashir. I am the leader of the scouts.
Great. Nice to meet you, Bashir.
What is the capital city called?
The capital.
That's a very straightforward name.
I like it.
So as you continue forward, the tall building that is again the tallest thing you've ever seen, you realize is sort of like the center of a large complex of buildings. And unlike your societies that mostly make buildings out of woods, maybe like fancy buildings out of marbles and things like that, maybe sandstone for prying a little bit, and some things like that. Here it seems like everything is made out of silver and gold. So everything shines and glitters, and when the sun is in the right place, like it's blinding. There's almost always somewhere that you don't want to be looking because the sun is reflecting off something. It's reflecting off something. It stabs your eyes, and so you don't want to look that way. But the whole thing is just these silver buildings. Also, there's a moment of like, maybe with the exception of Sunera, like almost all buildings are a little bit more straightforward. In many ways, these are more architectural marvels. There's buildings that start on one side and then curve up and then come down to the other. So it's like a whole building that's an archway. There's a lot of sort of these curved surfaces everywhere you look. There's not a lot of straight lines anywhere. And then another component that sort of stands out to you is that every single building that you can see has a pool of water on top of it, or a waterfall flowing off of it, or some sort of outdoor water complex that's just like a constant on the building, basically like large scale fountains is sort of how we would think about them. And it all feels very organic in its vibe from your current perspective. And so as you're going, the person in each of your vessels says to you, "Yes, this is welcome to Capital. There is another side to it underneath, but we cannot see it while we are in the air."
It's breathtakingly beautiful.
Yes. Yeah. So Bashir picks up a small rock that's on his vessel, and he holds it to his mouth, and he speaks a little bit. And you see that there's like a small string that sort of connects the rock to the vessel itself, but he sort of starts speaking to it a little bit, and then he puts the rock back. And then he says, "It is good that you have come. They were worried about whether you had died."
Because we had taken longer than anticipated, or because you
Yes,
heard?
you were supposed to be here 4 days ago.
Okay.
At the latest. Technically, you could have gotten here as early as a week ago. I must admit that there were many of us who thought that perhaps the airship that we sent you was too advanced for your people to understand, and that you had crashed it due to group idiocy.
I would not put it past some people, but our group is smart.
I'll have you know, we crashed it the best that we could have.
An attack means that it is not your fault, of course.
Thank you.
Though a strong would survive the attack more fitfully, but, surviving is not nothing.
Well, it's too bad you weren't there then. We would have been much better off, I'm sure.
Yes. He's never going to pick up on your sarcasm. He's just going to assume that you're actually genuflecting towards him. He's just going to assume it. You'll have to get pretty extreme. Yeah.
I was wondering that also.
Yeah. You'll have to get pretty extreme for him to even notice.
I mean, I think, yeah,
That's great.
I understand.
That'll work.
It's probably for the best, to be honest. Probably for the best.
These water features, these fountains are beautiful. Do they serve
Yes.
do they serve a purpose other than aesthetically pleasing?
Yes.
What is that purpose?
I will not say.
Okay.
Can I roll an insight check?
Yes.
Why will he not say?
They're a stoic people. They don't like talking about things. They're standoffish. And you've already learned from Nephany that they're a highly stratified society. It's possible even that he doesn't know. He believes there's purpose, but it's a belief system for him more than a knowledge system for him. Yeah. Highly stratified, highly segmented.
Where are you taking us?
3 spires is where they want you. The landing platform.
Who's they? Who wants us there?
Arwa.
Excuse me? Arwa. Okay, gotcha. What's an Arwa?
She is the one that summoned you.
Well. Okay.
Do you have an inkling as to why we're here?
Yes.
Will you tell me?
No.
Okay.
It is for Arwa to say.
All right. I trust you implicitly.
Are you
Yes.
Are you translating everything? I assume this is not your first language.
No.
Or you just... No to which? I'm sorry, I asked.
Oh, sorry. This formal Tavani, I believe you call it, is not my first language. No, it is my 32nd.
Is that wow? That is impressive. Goodness, I don't even know if I've encountered that many languages on my travels. Are you? When did you start learning them? And is that normal for all of you?
It is normal for a scout. One must be able to communicate with those who travel. If only to say, leave.
Sure. How many languages?
Seems like you must be saying that a lot.
Well, sometimes you say it with words, other times you say it with violence.
Sure. How many languages are there in the Kava?
Just one.
Oh.
Do you have like Rosetta Stone or Duolingo or something? Like, how do you learn so many languages so quickly?
He pauses for a second. Roll a persuasion check. Share those. We learn from them.
From whom? I'm sorry.
People share their languages with us. We learn from them.
How voluntarily? Okay.
It is the way.
Way.
Yes.
I sit back.
Well, you'll have to teach us how to say hello and thank you while you're here. Well, looks like we have plenty of time. We have some ways to go. Maybe you can teach us some of the common phrases in Kava.
Où est la toilette?
I do not know that language.
Where is the toilet? Would be a great. Never mind.
Also, maybe the library. That seems to come up quite a bit.
Yes, you mean the trust ward.
Can you say that again?
The trust ward.
The trust hoard.
A ward, I think.
Trust ward.
Yes.
That's the library. Okay.
Among other things.
Is there a singular library here?
No.
Okay.
But that is the one that you will have access to.
Nice.
Cool. Reading.
Cool. Reading. Yay. Okay. Yeah. So the ships start to slow down. Let's see, who is the most alert person? I think again it's gonna be Timothy again. Timothy, can you roll a perception check? Actually, I want one from two people. I want one from Timothy, and I think I want one from let's see, Thea. Nice. Thea, something inspires you to look up, right? Towards where Astrovargs come from a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
And for a sec, there's mostly clouds above you, so you can't really see much. You certainly can't see the top of the spire. That's the massive spire in the middle of this thing. But for a second, some of the clouds part, and you see something that like is either the world's biggest bird or a ship of some sort, well above wherever you've seen airships fly before. Definitely much higher than you've ever seen, and very small in the distance.
Well, what is that?
That is nothing. Not for you.
It doesn't look like nothing.
It's not coming for you. It is not the Varg.
Oh, sure, but what is it?
It is a Kava thing. Religious.
Religious. Should I be worried about it?
No. So the ship seems to slow down a little bit as you make your way forward. You see three large spires, one of silver, one of gold, and one of water. Each about probably we would think of them as being about like 6 stories high, with the water one being like a very smooth fountain. It's not ice; it's definitely flowing.
Cool.
But it's flying upwards, and in the center of it there is a like a platform of some sort that seems to be suspended between the three of these things, the three spires, including the water one, which is quite weird. And the ships just sort of all fly down and very elegantly land on it. You see that there are more ships there than they brought out. There's room probably for about like 30 vessels on this platform of this small size, and they had with them about 8, and there's about 10 currently there parked, as it were. And you see in robes a woman in very like white robes that are very flat and straight next to her neck. And she's carrying a staff in her hand, and in each white robe there seems to be like one long, thin silver stripe. And she stands on the edge of the platform and looks at you all, and she seems to almost smile as she sees you. And your vessels land. And she gestures for you guys to come out, and Bashir sort of ushers you guys out of the vessels. So the 10 of you leave the vessel, and Bashir takes off almost immediately. He's up again and out in the vessels. Not all of them take off immediately, but some of them do. Caliban waves goodbye, but doesn't get much more of an Edwin.
Glad to see all of you here. Did you know that some of them speak 32 languages? What did you guys talk about? No, later. Okay, sorry.
Our guy wasn't super talkative.
Weird.
Arwa, is it?
Yes, please come, chosen ones. Come, and your retinue as well. Greetings and welcome to the capital city of the Kava. It is so good to have you here.
We're happy to be here. Happy to be alive, certainly. We were shot down from our first ship.
Yes, I've been told. What a harrowing adventure it must have been, but a good omen that you have all found your way here, and I think one that is a step in the right direction, and one of positive change. Have you recovered from your adventures and travails? I would like to take you to Sky and Mountain, which is our newly minted building for foreign diplomats. It has never been used, or at least not for some time. So it is quite new. But we would like you to come and see, and perhaps give you a little bit of a tour of the city and discuss some things. But yes, just wanted to bring you in.
Sure.
Caliban smiles warmly and reaches out to shake her hand.
She looks at it and then looks at you and licks her lips and then sticks out her hand.
And I move forward to shake it.
Mm-hmm. She shakes it.
Does her skin or hand feel any different from a normal person's hand?
No.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Can I discreetly check her pulse? While I'm
yeah,
shaking
roll
her
a
hand?
medicine check.
Great. 21.
Mm-hmm. It feels a little thready. It's a little quick. Okay. And it's a little bit. It's weird to tell you. You haven't really done a study on the Kava people and what their pulses are like, but it definitely feels like it definitely feels fast to you, and it feels a little stronger than you would expect it to feel. It's actually easier to read your pulse than you would expect.
Selexa says, "Well, it's nice to meet somebody friendly here. I was beginning to worry that everybody we met would be like our escorts."
Oh, forgive the scouts. It's their job to prevent people from coming in, not to welcome those who are supposed to be here, of course.
What is your job here, if not just to welcome us?
Oh well, I am a political leader, I guess is how you would put it. One of the many who form the Kari.
I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry. I guess Tavandi. Council, maybe.
Okay. Yeah.
347 members who form the council. And
are all of them as glad to have us here as you are?
You speak lightly of delicate situations, but no, of course not. No group. I have trouble imagining any group of people, any group of 347 people agreeing on anything. But it was decided to be so, and so we shall obey and see what happens.
Who? Speaking of which, do you know who it was who called for us initially?
Well, that depends on your understanding of what it means to call for you. I would say it was me, potentially, though there is another who originally put out the call for others, but he was a blasphemer and a violent man who has killed many Kvanians, and so he has been exiled.
Oh dear.
Yes, a horrible man. But I would say either he did it, or or myself, or some might say, Taj El Aziz. But I will tell you more of him later.
I hope you don't mind my maybe imprudence. But what was the name of the person who might have called for us but was exiled?
I no longer know his name. It was
Understandable.
When he was of the Kava, his name was Masozi, but he is no longer of the Kava, so he no longer has a name from us. He has chosen a new one.
He said he killed a bunch of people.
Yes, many. Some 800 or 900.
Wow. Good thing he got exiled. Huh?
Yes, a dangerous man, and one who does not belong here.
Mm-hmm. Oh, you were taking us somewhere.
Yes, of course. Follow me. And so she walks forward, and this platform is
like
open air. Yeah, and this platform is open air. And she just walks to the side of the platform and says, and points to sort of two lines here, and says, this can be disconcerting for new people, but please, you will find this method of transportation quite elegant. And she just steps off the edge. And you see her sort of slowly float down.
I can't say this is the first time I've seen that today. and I step down.
Yeah. And so you step out and you see, like, below her is you. Below you is her. And you slowly start floating down. It feels very weird. You feel like almost there's air pushing against you, almost like holding you in place at your rib cage. As you sort of waddle down, you have freedom of movement still, but like it's almost like there's two needles almost have been jabbed through you, except they don't hurt. They're just like holding you in place, and so you can like spin on it a little bit and move around it, but like your midriff is stuck there.
So Lex looks at Thea and she says, "Do you think this is the only way?"
Seems like the funnest way.
I don't feel great about walking off the edge of tall heights at the moment, but I guess it's the only way.
When in Kava. When in Kava.
Yeah.
Walks at that point. Perfect.
So Lexa reaches out to Caliban for help.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I actually will then. And I grasp her hand and I step forward and say, "Just follow my lead." And I start to drop, I assume.
Mm-hmm.
Right. She will go with assistance.
Mm-hmm. Excellent. Yeah. Yeah. So you guys are being lowered. It's about I mean, it's not as it's not a fall, right? But it's still relatively fast. You're falling about, or you're going down about 15 feet every 6 seconds. So it's actually quite a leisurely, like leaf-like fall in some ways. But it's still but you're still definitely moving. And as you do, you slowly like lower yourselves down into the city. You see that these little airships that you saw above, there's lots of them, and they're like flying down various places. There's even some buildings that look like they're not attached to the ground. They're floating in midair. And again, all these gardens of water everywhere.
Just are there people around?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely, a fair number of them. But mostly they don't seem to engage with you guys. You get occasionally you'll see one of them like look up and see you guys, and then like a flicker of recognition across their face, and then they just hurry along their path. Yeah. Eventually you land. You get to the bottom of your descent, and she Arwa walks out, and then Kala. Let's see who was next. Timothy. You get to the bottom, and she like quickly ushers you forward so that the other people don't land on top of you, because like that's the thing. And she says, "Be careful. Make sure that you look for these lines." And she points at the lines on the floor. If they are blue, that means it's a descent. If they are red, that means it's an ascent. So be careful, but the magic in place will hold you steady.
Okay, good to know. Thank you.
Yeah, so you all make it to the ground, and she starts walking around, and as she does, she sort of points to various sites. She says, originally we were supposed to have a week before a celebration of your arrival, but you are a couple days later than expected. So there's a large celebration for your arrival planned in just not tonight, not tomorrow night, but the night after. So in 2 nights, that'll be over there. And she points, and you see like a park almost, like a huge park. And she says that's the Moonview pools, but we'll be able to see the moons and their reflection that evening in their true glory, not as you have seen them here.
That's most gracious of you.
Yes, of course. Welcoming. You are most welcome here, and so we must do that. And then she continues along, pointing out sites a little bit here and there. She walks through. There's a large square. It's a little bit like almost like Lincoln Center, in the sense that like it's all very like it's elevated and very beautiful, and there's all these grand buildings around it. But in the center of it, there is a sculpture that is horrifying to look at. It is a weird creature that just looks bizarre and creepy and kind of gross. It's made out of marble and with silver touches, but you look at it and it looks like there's like it looks like it's furry in parts. It looks like it's like maybe like an eel maybe in parts. It looks like a spider in parts. It looks like a scorpion in parts. It's grotesque. And it's this very weird creature, and the sculpture is very violent. Right, this creature has like its claws poked through several different beings. All of them. Some of them look like Kavanian. Some of them look like Elven. Some of them look different. Some of them look like giant bald humans, which you've never seen before. But they're just sort of poked through all of these various parts. And it's just like it's a very ugly thing to have in the middle of a beauteous place like this, and it feels ugly. And at its base there's a plaque, but none of you read the language.
I whisper to Nephany, "What does the plaque say?"
And she looks at you and she says, "To our eternal shame."
So Lexa just asks Arwa, so she says, who's handsome over here?
Oh, you know that's I know it's not quite the most beautiful of monuments. No, it's a little bit of an eyesore, but it's a significant moment from Kavanian history from long ago. Maybe later I can tell you the whole story of the battle. And explain what happens, but it's not a it's not the I will try to tell you of it, but it's not the easiest thing for us to speak of.
Yeah, well, I mean, don't let me like butt in or something where I'm not, if it's too much, but it sounds like a good story.
Yes, it can be. At times it is quite exciting. It is an epic of our people. Really, it shouldn't even be me who tells it. We have storytellers who tell it incredibly. It's a tale that they all memorize and know since birth. And as they tell it, they will sing songs, and as they sing songs, they will spin dust and water in the air to create images and shocking things to compel the story as it moves. It's quite the magic. And it's quite the artistry.
Yeah, that sounds long.
Yes. A typical telling of it takes around 80 nights.
Well, I feel like we I know that we've got plans in a couple of nights from now, so maybe we should just postpone that a little bit.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mostly it's told in bits and pieces, and people sort of join for the parts that they are most excited about. You don't need to know.
Naturally.
Yes, and there are shorter versions, of course. At some point, maybe I'll share with you.
They say opera is long.
Opera is long.
What she's talking about definitely sounds like some Wagner shit.
Yeah, I was thinking.
Yeah,
like,
I mean, for them, I think the closest comparison really is like the Iliad and the Odyssey, right? As performed by storytellers that would actually have the thing memorized, and would do a book here, a book there.
Yeah.
But their society is substantially older than Greek society, and so their epic is substantially more epic.
Do I recognize the creature at all, or anything that it might be stabbing?
Yeah, I mean, you definitely recognize some of the creatures that it might be stabbing. Yeah, why don't you roll a medicine check? Let's see what you recognize. Some of them I might even, I don't know. I have to think about that, but
yeah, I'll roll it.
Yeah, just roll it for now.
9.
Yeah, I mean, you certainly recognize all the things that it's stabbing that are things that you would know, right? There's a halfling, there's a goblin, there's a human, and like there's definitely a couple people from the Kava, and one of the people from the Kava looks like they are in immense pain, and you realize that like the center of this sculpture is definitely this creepy creature thing, but definitely the second focal point that they've made is this person who's from the Kava who like has a lot more detail than anyone else. Like everyone else sort of looks like that's generic elf number 1, that's generic halfling number 1, that's generic goblin number 1, right? But this person has like specific looking like tattoos and markers. Their hair is cut at an odd angle. Everyone else just sort of looks normal, but their hair is oh my god, now I'm blanking on words. Off center. Oh my god, what do you call it? Asymmetrical. There you go. The hair is asymmetrical. And they're wearing like sort of ornaments and garments that you look at and you're like, oh, those are probably depictions of specific magical items. So that person looks particularly significant. Everything
they have like a protagonist look.
Yes.
Protagonist haircut.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They've got a protagonist haircut. If they had eye colors, they would be purple.
Anime haircut and eyes. Yeah. Great.
But it's in marble, so you can't see the colors. But everyone sort of looks NPCE, but not protagonist. Yeah. And that is so that's so you recognize all of the sort of normal things that you've seen. Anything like that. There's no fox folk that's dead, but every other race in the Grand Accord that's commonly seen in the Grand Accord is dead somewhere on the sculpture. Some of them being stabbed directly, some of them having been stabbed. There's a hobgoblin with a spear that's run right through its body from top down, poking out its mouth. Yeah, shish kebab hobgoblin. So it's a pretty grotesque statue.
Shish kebab, I think you would say.
Shish kebab, no.
Yes, that is exactly what I meant to say. I meant to say shish kebab. I don't know why I do not say shish kebab, but shish kebab is now a word.
Can
Timothy
check out the people around the statue,
like citizens who are alive, or
yes, citizens walking by? Like, does anyone interact with the statue? Does anyone like look at it furtively, or are there like school children on like a like field trips to the Statue of Shame?
Yeah. The statue of I mean, that's what it's called now, obviously. Yeah. There's no school children on field trips here today, but there are certainly people who walk by. There is, you notice, a group of 4 people who seem to be like kneeling almost in meditation before the statue, and like maybe in prayer, maybe in supplication, maybe in meditation. Hard to say, but they're definitely there before the statue. And one thing that you definitely notice as you're looking at this is that the statue is the only place you've seen, the only large building that you've seen, and also the only art installation that you've seen so far in the city that hasn't had water on it or running through it in some way, shape, or form. You guys are very quickly getting used to like a soft burble being everywhere in the city. Okay. So she walks past the statue and heads to a building, and the building is in a large archway in front of the building that's very sloped. It doesn't look quite like a doorway. It looks closer to like a mountain, almost like a small mountain. I mean, mountain hill. It looks like a hill more than like, we expect an arch to be like more flat. It's more curved out like that. But the doorway is open there, and she escorts you into it. And she says, "We did not originally anticipate your retinue, as it were, but fortunately for us, many diplomats that used to come here frequently had entourages with them. So what we've done is we've given you each your own suite of rooms. We have 5 suites of rooms for you all. Is that there's plenty of other spaces if you don't like the one that you're assigned, but that's certainly where we are right now. Does that work for you all? Great.
I'm sure it will be the nicest place we've stayed in quite a while.
Excellent. I'm certain that's the case. That should be the case at least. So why don't you enter and make yourselves at home? I'll be back for you in 2 or 3 hours, and we can eat some food, and I can discuss things with you, if that's all right. Yes?
That sounds great.
Sounds
I
good.
think all of us are looking forward to that conversation.
So Lexa is already walking into the door to go find her room.
Yeah. And there's a person there in front of the door. Obviously, I think we can just assume. I will tell you if there is someone who does not look like they're from the Kava. At all points, you can just assume this is a homogenous society at this point. It's very different than anywhere that you guys have ever lived at all. So someone is standing there, long braided hair, and like bows to you as you enter and says, "Welcome, chosen one. This way to your room." And she escorts Celexa to her room. What do you say? Sorry, Celexa.
Oh, well, thank you. Celexa is like, this is much more how she's used to being treated. So she says, "Oh, thank you so much. Really, I appreciate it. Oh, yeah, this will be great. Thanks very much."
Yeah. And like they're definitely like doting upon you and treating well. This person is very deferential, and like nods deeply to you and like brings you a moist towelette, and like the room is very nice. It's and it has like, again, it has this weird waterfall that just runs through one of the side of the room, just endlessly pouring water. And then there's there's a bath, there's all sorts of amenities, and they're taken care of. There's a small collection of books if you want to read, and things like that. And so she takes you to that room, and then another person like replaces her immediately and wants to escort the next one of you into a room. Does anyone have like? I mean, obviously, Celexa. This is how Celexas used to be treated. I don't know how the rest of you feel about being treated this way. But it's definitely it's definitely like very the nice treatment. It's very almost regal in the way that they're treating you.
Nova's looking forward to jumping on the bed.
Absolutely. Yeah. Okay. And I think with you guys resting for a couple of hours, we will take our break. We'll be back in 10 minutes, everyone. Thanks for watching.
Thank you.
Hello, world. Welcome back to The Chosen Few, a intrigue-heavy game where people are exploring a, shall we say, 100% alien society for the first time. The first people from their society to explore this society. So that's been a pleasure, and we'll start to see more and more of that as we go forward. I'm excited. If you enjoy our content here, please follow and subscribe and all that good stuff. You can also check out some of our other content. We've got games on Sundays, Mondays, and Thursdays right now. That schedule is going to change again because, that's the nature of life. It changes. It expands. It shrinks. Who knows what happens. We may add some more games to that as we go forward. We may change some games as we go forward and all that good stuff. So please come check out some of our other stuff. 3 of them are D&D campaigns set in the same universe at the same time, and they are sometimes bumping into each other a little bit. It's pretty interesting to see how that little chemical reaction happens. And we'll see what else we add to this channel as we go forward. But we're going to keep doing some role-playing game stuff. Minor of note, starting not next Sunday, but next Monday, I am going on vacation for a week. I'm not actually going anywhere. It is still a social isolation vacation, but I am just taking a week off of everything in my life, teaching and running games and teaching, and going to do some prep work for future games. The stream probably won't be shut down. I'll probably be doing some personal streams where I do design stuff and things like that, but the games will all be have a week off, as it were. So with that up, so next Sunday, The Chosen Few will be our last game before our week off, just to be clear. Okay, so let's dive back in. So we know that Celexa is enjoying the pleasures of upper class living. We know that Nova is jumping on the bed. What else are people doing in their rooms? Timothy.
I am going to ask the attendant who led me into mine what the protocol is for public bathing.
Of course. Is this a common occurrence?
You'll have to excuse me. I'm used to the wilderness. That's often how I take care of my personal needs. I do enjoy a dip in the river. I see that you have many water features. Is that allowed? I wouldn't want to be kicked out on my first night.
Oh yes, of course. Well, it might be considered what's the word? Uncouth. Sorry, your language is new to me.
No, that sounds right.
Uncouth to do it in a building that you do not currently take residence in.
Do you have public swimming areas? Does your society swim? Like,
oh yes, quite much. Water is very very important to us, as you know. The flow of water and everything must always be flowing. Yes, of course. We have one in this building, if you so desire, just downstairs on the underside.
Oh, wonderful! Thank you. And I guess last question: do you have any? Well, I'm sorry. All of these features are man-made. You guys made them yourselves?
I do not know.
Oh, okay. They're very old then.
I'm only 30, so I do not know.
Okay, thank you. Last question. Sorry. Do you, as a society, or you personally, fish?
I do not fish, but I eat fish. Fish is delicious, and there are several fishing locations. One of them is off limits right now. I don't know why, but there are several fishing locations inside the city that I'm aware of, and I can certainly direct you to one if you wish to spend your afternoon fishing.
That would be fantastic. Thank you so much.
Yes, we've been told to give you almost free reign of the city. So yes, of course, I can. Do you want to go there now?
Just let me know where it is, and maybe I'll spend some time there. Do you? also maybe a fish market? Do you have a fish market?
I'm sorry, I know not what this word is.
Do you have markets where people go to sell or buy goods?
I'm unclear.
Oh, do you have? Wow. Okay. Does your culture have a system of currency, like money, for example? And I'll pull out a couple of gold pieces.
These are trinkets, toys.
It's wow. In many societies, do work. Say you do a day's work, then you get rewarded with these coins, which then you can pay someone else to do a day's work. You know, it's a convoluted system. Wow. Okay. Where do you? Okay. You have fish. You like eating fish.
Yes.
How do you get a fish?
I ask my friend.
Your friend?
Yes.
Did your friend catch that fish?
I think so, yes.
Do you give something to that friend in return for the fish? Like a barter?
No.
Do you do something for that friend?
No.
Fascinating. I'm going to take notes of all of this and just ask questions. Not a barter system.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much. Yes, please do let me know where the closest fishing hole is, and I will. I'll find it.
No. When you need to go, ask me. I will guide you there.
Oh, are you just going to stay by here?
That is my purpose.
Oh, well, goodness. Well, thank you so much. Here, would you? I know it's just merely a trinket for you, but it could be fun. You can take it and show your friends. Here, why don't you have one of these gold pieces?
Yeah, and she takes it and she looks it over in her hands and okay. A toy for my daughter.
Sure. Hopefully she's not too little and it's not too small.
Is too small a problem? She is 8.
Oh, 8. No, that's fine. That's fine. Just, choking hazards. Yeah.
Oh, yes, of course. No, would not. No, Kavanian children, no.
All right. Well, thank you. I think I'll let you know if I need anything else. Timothy's definitely a little uncomfortable being served.
Yeah. She bows, and holds her hands on her thighs as she bows, and then backs out of the room, never showing you her back, and leaves.
I'll take note of that. Not showing backs.
Anyone else have anything that they want to do in their rooms? Anyone they want to check in with? Anything that they want to do? Do you want to chat with your retainer or anything like that?
So I think Thea is a little uncomfortable being served as well. Like the only time she's been in someplace so nice was like to lift some stuff, just like taking little things. She knows she's not gonna be doing that here. That'd be like bad diplomatic style. But she is checking everything out.
Yeah. This place is just covered, like everything in this place is like silver, gold, marble, or water. So it's very very beautiful, and a little bit overly extravagant in some places. They tend to err on the silver side more than the gold side, but it's definitely like if this were in a different society, your immediate thought would be, these are people who want to display their wealth and significance, right? And so but they are very society, it maybe feels a little different to them. Maybe it means something different to them potentially. One thing that you do notice is that it would be very hard to steal from this place, because most of the fixtures and things like that seem to have been. It almost feels like they were carved out of something. So like the lamp is not a lamp that is attached or hung on the wall. It is like part of the wall has been pulled out, and a continual flame spell or continual light spell has been put there. inside this place in the wall. So there's not a lot of like bits and pieces that come off. They do have bookshelves though, and the bookshelves have books in them. And your bed looks very normal, actually. Thea, your bed looks actually very similar to your beds that you had, whatever you slept on in Sonera. What did you sleep on in Sonera when you were at home? Were you far enough that you didn't have a bed? Did you have just a mattress on the floor?
Yeah, just like a mattress with maybe hay inside.
Yeah, that's exactly what's there, and it stands out to you because like it looks deeply familiar to you. Like it almost looks like your bed. The sheets are maybe different, but like that's what that is. It's a mattress filled with hay.
Wow. Strangely comforting, but also weird.
Mm-hmm.
Huh. Does Thylor have another mattress?
So Thyler has a adjoining room that is smaller than your room, and he comes out and looks at you, and in your head says, "This place is strange."
And I say back, right? Is there anything familiar kind of feeling about this place to you?
No, it is all very new.
You know what's weird is it's all new to me too, except this is exactly the same kind of mattress I had at home.
I wonder if the others have the same mattress as you. My mattress is different, and he points. And it's very weird. It's instead of a bed on top of the floor, there's actually a hole that's been cut into the floor and a mattress that's been put into it.
What's your mattress made of?
I don't know. It is soft.
Did you have one like this before?
No, never. Nothing like this.
This place is weird.
Yes.
And what language are the books in?
Yeah. All of the books in your room are in modern Suneran.
Oh.
So your local language. Do you go through them?
Yeah. Are there any about the Kava?
No. They are all about either Sunera or thieving and thievery.
Huh. Yeah, I'm definitely going to look at some of these books.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. Okay. So as you can probably guess, all of you have similar experiences. Your beds in your rooms are whatever bed you thought of as being the closest thing to home that you have experienced. So in Caliban's room, it's a pallet that you slept on most of your life in your churches. In Selex's room, it's a grand noble's bed that's super nice, made of ornate wood. The wood is a slightly different shade than you're used to, so you know it's not they didn't steal your bed or something like that, but it's definitely like the same construction. And then your books have all been chosen specifically for you guys, mirroring things from your past life. Timothy, every book is about fishing. Every single one of them. Caliban.
Perfect.
Most of your books are about ancient, lost Chalestrin religions. Various gods, various folk tales of things that have not been told. And like as you glance through them briefly, you see that there are like versions of tales that you know told differently, and kind of surprisingly. And there's a couple things that sort of change your take on these things a little bit. And it's very, very disconcerting. Nova, there's no bookcase in your room. There is But there is quite a nice collection of weights and like weight training gear.
Cool.
Cool.
As I'm unpacking,
Mhm.
Can I do so really slowly and sort of methodically? And as I'm doing so as slowly as I possibly can, sort of moving around the room, putting things in different places, can I look around and see if there are any items, anything that might seem like it would be used to watch?
Excellent. Yeah, why don't you roll an investigation check? Mm-hmm.
14.
Yeah, I think a 14 is enough to catch it. There is a small, so the waterfall that's running through your room, right? Just this constant stream of water. It's constantly moving. It's constantly flowing. It's very even the way it moves. You go and you look at it, and you notice that in the back of it, almost in the center at like eye level for you, there is a small blue gem that is behind the waterfall, built into the wall. So it'd be looking through the water, but that potentially could be used to spy on someone. If there's a hole behind it, it would be a very distorted view, but if it's a magical thing, then it would not be a distorted view, obviously.
Okay, I glance at it really swiftly, and then just sort of, I'm moving over to put some books down that I've been carrying with me, and I just sort of set them next to the running water and keep moving.
Absolutely. Celexa.
There was something that I had intended to do at the beginning of the session.
Yeah, of course.
And I want to ask about if it's possible to retcon it.
Let's find out.
And so Celexa was going, sometime while they were in the air, was going to give a was I under the impression that the airship was going back to the floating city?
Yes.
Okay, so she was going to give a scroll case to the probably to the captain, I'm guessing, and the scroll case was filled with things like there was like leaves and things in there, and she was just gonna say that this is for the professor. It's some samples that she asked for, and she's gonna say, "Can you please deliver this to the professor?"
Yeah, Captain Munir absolutely would take that very seriously, and would 100% take it. Yeah, perfect.
Great. And there's just to be clear,
yeah, of course.
there are 2 vials of Earth's blood at the bottom of the case.
Perfect. I love it. Okay. Anyone else have anything in their rooms that they want to accomplish and or do, or should we move on to an evening's dinner? Great. On to an evening's dinner then. So your attendants each quietly knock on your doors and open the doors and guide you back to the main room, where they bow again, hands on thighs, and back away as Arwa approaches you guys again. She has a broad smile on her face, and with her is a male, potentially a friend of hers. It looks like, of some sort, and he is the most un-Kava person you've seen in the Kava so far. He is, everyone you've seen has been very svelte and athletic. This guy is big and round. And he smiles very broadly and looks at you all and says, "So these are the chosen ones. It is good to see you. Come to my house. We must have food and dinner. Come, come."
Does he have some kind of accent?
Yeah, he has the same accent that everyone has. I just suck at being consistent.
I was wondering if he was like trying to imitate us in a way.
I mean, it certainly seems like he's trying to a little bit, but yeah, he's certainly like trying to be gregarious. If you want to roll an insight check, I'll allow you an insight check.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Hard to say. He's trying to be friendly. He's trying to be open. He probably understands that there's a lot of differences between Kava society and your guys' societies, but kind of doesn't understand what your societies actually are like. So he's like done research, but his research has turned into like a little bit of stereotyping, a little bit. So he's like giving the stereotype of like a welcoming person more than actually being welcoming. You know.
And just to be clear, this is not Samo in like a fake mustache.
No,
right?
definitely not
Okay.
from your perspective, Samo.
Okay.
Thank you for having us. We're really excited to be here and to meet you. I'm sorry, I haven't had the pleasure.
Oh, I apologize. My name is Casher.
Pleasure to meet you. Is there, just so that we all know, is there a customary way of greeting in the Kava? I'm partial to handshakes, but I don't think that's generally how we greet each other here.
Oh, well, we can learn to shake hands. That's no problem. And he holds out a big fat hand to shake your hand.
I'll take that hand and shake it.
He shakes it vigorously. We tend not to well, this is the whole point of this is cultural exchange and getting to know one another and that whole thing. We tend to be a less touchy. We tend to be a less touchy society than you guys are. There's more distance typically. But my name is Casher. I'm actually long term going to replace the ambassador to the Grand Accord and be the new ambassador to the Grand Accord. And we thought that it might be nice if I got to know you guys before I go there, since you're sort of the ambassadors here from the Grand Accord, you know. Anyway, come to my house. Meet my wife and children, then we can speak much.
Sounds wonderful.
Clear that up. Sorry. Meet my husband and children. Sorry, he's gay. I forgot.
Are you two friends also?
Yes. I know quite an unusual couple, but no, we've been friends for many years, since childhood.
Oh, nice.
She sort of scratches her back. Okay, so he guides you through the streets, and he sort of when you walk past the sculpture of shame, he pauses for a second, looks at it, and then bows, and is like suddenly very quiet. But he straightens up after like just 2 seconds. It's not like a long thing for him, and he keeps walking. He like finishes the sentence that he started before he interrupted it with a bow. And keeps walking forward, and he keeps on going, and he points out many things. He points to buildings, and it's like, oh, that's a great building. You'll have to check that out later. And he points to like parks, and he says, oh, and there's a good place for lounging and relaxing and experiencing the air around you. It's good to see and know.
As we're walking, I'm guessing that we don't notice anyone that seems to be struggling in their lifestyle, right?
Yeah, definitely not. Yeah, no perception check for that. There is no one that is struggling in their lifestyle from your perspective at this point. And you guys are brought to a building. It's a more modest building than any that you've been in so far, but it's still pretty nice. And you enter in, and inside the building, there is a much skinnier man, again, white skin with black coloration, but a little bit of a pot belly on him, but still much less broad of a person than Kasher. And Kasher says, "Everyone, this is my husband. His name is Abdul Kamar." And Abdul Kamar bows and looks at you all and says, yes, greetings, everyone. Welcome to our home. It is so good to meet outsiders. I have very rarely traveled outside the Kava, although a little bit more recently. And it is good to be able to meet you all. Please come to our table and sit. We have food prepared for you.
Thank you. Shoes on or off in the household?
However you are comfortable. We are attempting to do a southern style meal. So what do you guys do for your grand occasions? A meeting of societies, a meeting of peoples? This is a grand occasion, is it not?
It absolutely is. I don't know. What do Southerners do?
Well, lately we've been foraging fish out of lakes and finding as many edible parts as we can off of giant wasps. So I think anything that you have prepared will probably be just fine. Thank you. Yeah, I could eat a lot of anything decent right now. That's for sure.
Yes, we have the food already prepared. It was a question of the shoes, but I guess leave them on. That seems more formal than what I was thinking. Yes, why don't we leave them on for now? But if there's anything that we need to do differently, please do not hesitate to ask us or any of our servants. And you are brought into a dining room. They have it feels like a home, right? It feels more lived in than any space you've been in. Everything is very pristine, but this is lived in. But the dining room table is like quite grand. There's definitely seats for the five of you, your five retinue, as well as Narwa, Abdul Kamar, and Kesha. And yeah, they're very what's the word? Yeah, but they're very gregarious and friendly and charming.
What kind of food are we eating?
Yeah, they bring out is a very weird dish on some level for you guys. Basically, it's like a flatbread or like a we would think of it as like a flatbread or like a lavash, but they're pre-rolled, and inside of them, rolled up inside of them, is like different things from different cultures that you wouldn't typically roll inside of a flatbread. So like there's from Chalestra, there's like fish rolls inside of these rolls. And then they have like Sunaran like gamey meat inside of these rolls, as well as like gamey meat and dates inside of this lavash bread. And it's all fine. It's just like it's prepared just a little bit wrong. Like they don't really know quite what they're doing. But it's all quite there. They have all sorts of different things from all of the primary cultures down south. So yes, that's what you're eating. And food is passed around. And Abdul Kumar starts asking you guys questions. So, where are you all from? I'm sorry that I do not know.
I'm from Priyan.
Priyan, yes, the Desert Society. Childhood growing up there, was it hot?
Oh yes, that's what I was gonna say.
Yes.
Dry, hot, sandy.
Dry and hot and sandy. Yes.
Lots of bugs.
And your parents are
miners.
Miners. Moisture or minerals?
Minerals.
Minerals. Nice. Excellent. I've never been to Priyan.
Oh, I've never been here. You should come sometime. Come visit.
Yes, maybe. I have family friends who have relatives in Vraisi, but in Chalestra. So that is the place that I've been most outside of here. But Maybe. Maybe. Caliban, did you say something? I didn't mean to interrupt.
Oh no, I didn't mean to interrupt. You.
Mm.
But I think Caliban would have interjected. And how about you? What do you do? In the Kava?
Oh, yes, I am a priest, and I think as he says that, Nephany like chokes a little bit. Just yes, I am a priest here.
If you don't mind me asking, I'm particularly, as a person of the cloth myself, I'm very interested in the religions here and faith and worship. Could you tell me a little bit about what you do? Tell us a little bit about what you do.
Oh, well, I find people, and I guide them to their path.
What does that mean?
I do not understand your question.
What kind of paths?
Well, what they are supposed to be doing with their life.
Oh, like you help them find jobs, kind of.
Oh yes, you're something. Yes, one might say that is a way of looking at it. Yes, and Kasher interrupts and says, "Oh, Abdul Kumar, my dear, you need to." No one really wants to hear about this. So tell me about the time that you fought a.
Lexa interrupts and she says, "Oh no, I think it's pretty interesting. I was wondering, does everybody here want to be led to their path?"
Yeah, roll a persuasion check to guide the conversation back. Yes, you guide the conversation back. So Kasher like shuts up, and Arwa answers, and she says, "Well, I already said on the Kari, no, not everyone agrees with everything that is going on at all times. It is difficult for all people to do that. And Abdul Kumar is a priest of one of our religions, not of all. So please do not presume that his way is the only way, or that people who are not. I see where your mind is going, and your thought was negative. But be mindful that that is likely not the case.
I don't think we were thinking negatively of it necessarily. We were just curious.
Yes.
I was just curious. Yeah.
But this fish roll in a roll is really incredible.
I know. Yes, I got the recipe from well, my husband was recently down in Récy, and he learned it from a priest down there, I guess, or I don't remember. There was a story there. You never listen to my stories. Yes, I do. I listened to them all. You learned it down in Récy. I got the whole point.
I want to ask. I'm gonna want to ask the husband. What's the husband's name again?
It's Kasher and Abdul Kumar.
Abdul Kumar. Have you ever been to Sonera?
Yes, I have. Though not as myself. If you know my meaning, I was there in disguise.
Oh, sure. Oh, yeah. That makes. I've done that plenty of times. Totally get it.
Yes, you may not remember, but we have actually met.
I feel like I would remember. Are you sure? You sure it was me? Because it could have been somebody else.
No, it was you. It was a more significant day in my life than in yours.
Oh, well, can you tell me about, when we met? Maybe I'll remember if you jog my memory.
He pauses for a second, and Arwa says, "I think that may be for another time."
Oh, sure. Well, like I said before, just curious. Anyway, well, I guess it's good to see you again.
Yes, I can say that I was visiting your father to discuss certain business arrangements that fell through. I knew they were going to fall through from the beginning because I had no interest in the business. I was there to see you.
Well, if we don't talk about this now, I feel like we should talk about this later. Because that's, yeah. If you don't mind me saying so, it feels a little creepy.
He bows, and Arwa says, "Yes, it is a little creepy, and not something that we share immediately upon first encountering people. Yes, Abdul Kamar." And he like looks at her, and like you see like him like get a steely look in his eyes, and then he sort of like bows to her a little bit, and looks down, and goes back to eating.
Nova's really curious if she has ever seen either of these two before.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Roll a perception check.
Okay.
Nope.
No. Okay.
Caliban is sitting back, I think, and letting other people take part in this conversation more, and is paying particularly close attention to the servants, to see how they might be responding or reacting to any part of this conversation.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, roll an insight check. Almost all of the servants, you've seen this before, although you've never seen it applied to you. Almost all of the servants seem scared of you, but in a form of fear that is closer to reverence than terror. As if they are like their hands shake a little bit as they get near you. It's pretty subtle, but 21 is good enough to spot it. So, yeah.
Caliban has a full-on smile.
So dinner finishes up, and Ottawa says, "Time for a little bit of conversation before dessert. If we could," and she looks towards Kasher and says, "If you could have the servants," and she looks at you guys as well, "and your retinue, perhaps either clean up or stay in the other room. I have a conversation that is for your ears alone."
Okay.
And nod to Arturo.
Mm-hmm. Arturo waits for your nod before he leaves. He's very proper that way. Yeah. Okay. So everyone sort of leaves the room, and Arwa looks at Abdul Kamar, and Abdul Kamar looks back at Arwa, and she like sort of just stares him down, and he like sighs and stands up and leaves the room as well. So now it is the five of you and Kasher and Arwa.
Okay.
I get the feeling that this is very important.
It is and it isn't. It is the first step of many, I think. There is much I cannot tell you. The traditions of our people, our culture, our way of life is one that is based on something you guys would not think of, cannot conceive of it the way that we conceive of it. The closest word that you guys have would be a society built on secrets. But for us, the word is closer in meaning almost to respect. it's weird for you to be here. Much of what we are, much of what we believe, for your safety and ours, we cannot tell you. But there is a prophecy. This prophecy is ancient, and many people here believe in it. It is sacred to our people, holy. And well, some believe that now is the time, and others do not. And some believe that this is what needs to be, and others believe that we are moving too rashly, too forced. There is a lot of conflict here. We do not know. In fact, our entire political system has more or less been redefined around this central issue. We have learned that there are spies within the Kava. And this is something that we cannot allow. These spies are bringing with them they are gathering from us knowledge that they should not have. And the prophecy suggests that at a time such as this, 5 outsiders will help, will save us. You can see why this is complicated for our society. Of course, we are a quiet people, one that has no interest in outsiders entering into our world. It is not your place. It is ours. And so the idea that this is the time is frightening. Many are scared of change. Many are uncomfortable. But we have brought you here nonetheless. It is a decision that we have made, but it is not a popular one. Normally, decisions here are pretty unanimous, usually with a small contingent, usually less than 10%, voicing the opposition, mostly for the sake of voicing the opposition, so that we understand that we hear it. It's not even really significant. It changes, and frequently people's reason for voicing the opposition is because they hadn't voiced it in a little while. You know, it's not a real thing. But the decision to bring you here to the capital, it was very close. It was a very close one. Some people believe
close enough maybe that some people would want to stop us on our way.
It is possible. Certainly, I know of many people who have some knowledge of the Astrovargs. They're not a common pet, but they're not exactly uncommon enough to be limiting, if you know what I mean. And then there are plenty of wild ones as well.
You don't mind me asking, spies from where? Or whom?
Our role here is to protect you. I get that is, from your perspective, perhaps condescending or infantilizing, but our job when we came to this place was to protect you from what is out there and to protect this world from what is else. For a long time, we did so from afar. But there was a decision long ago that we come here and do it here. Keep it a secret from here. The best way to protect you was to make sure that no one thought that there was anything to be protected, so that you and your people could grow into who you are. Some think that this grand accord here in the Shimmering Sea is the first step, the first sign that you might be ready to enter into a larger world. But others have doubts, and not without good reason. The forces out there are powerful. They are immense. And I do not deny that on some level this invitation to the five of you is a test for the whole Grand Accord, to see if they are ready.
And now that we're here, what will you be wanting from us to do? What's expected?
I want you to find the spies. I want you to stop them. I want you to use whatever it is that you use, to do whatever it is that you need to do to help find a way to free us from this plague.
It's interesting that you call it a plague.
I do not want to give too much information because I do not want to bias you. I worry that my own thoughts, my own fears, my own speculations may guide your thoughts in a way that may hinder your progress. I have speculations, but they aren't founded in truth. They are founded in guesswork. So I do not wish to bias you. And then, of course, there are things that, until you are ready, I cannot tell you.
If we are, and this is a big if we are successful, what then? Do the Kaval go back to the way they were? Or do they do what happens? Do we go back home?
If you are successful, the prophecy says that the Kaval will no longer be frozen.
What
the scholars have debated for thousands upon thousands of years. Some thought it was literal, that there was an ice age coming. Some thought that it was metaphorical. Some thought that it was magical. Others thought it was merely our minds. But the prophecy says, well, I cannot read to you the whole thing. It is complicated and parts of it are forbidden. But we will be frozen by creatures profane. We cannot foresee. 5 will be chosen. 5 will remain. The 5 will break free. It sounds better than the original Kavanian.
I'm sorry, did you say you weren't from here?
No, I was born maybe a half a mile that way.
No. I'm sorry. I'm just having a hard time wrapping my head around this. Like the Kava are like not from here.
No, these are not our original lands. We came here to protect the Shimmering Seas. Would you like to roll an insight check on that?
What? Aliens? Yeah. Okay. Inside.
Yeah, she's very purposefully and quite seriously telling you things that are exactly true. She is not lying to you at this moment, but that is different than she is not obfuscating. And she knows that you'll see that.
Mm-hmm.
Well, given that none of us have ever been here before, and this is a quite a large city, and we hardly know anybody, and you're hoping we can root out spies for you. It feels like, I mean, at least can you tell us if who in particular should we not trust around here? Who should we keep an eye out for? Who should we be wary of?
So this is the first time Kasher speaks since Abdul-Kumar has left the room. And he looks at you all and he says, well, that's the thing, you see. There are factions in the city, each one with their own angle and each things that they're pushing for, their own belief systems that they are questioning. And then on top of that, they all have secrets that they have to maintain from you, which is why, in many ways, this whole adventure is foolish. And probably one that will not end up being successful. But and then inside each of those factions, which already disagree with each other and must keep secrets from each other and from you, inside of each of those factions, there may be spies. For all I know, every faction has spies. For all I know, Arwa is a spy. And he looks at her. I fear that he is right. It is a mammoth task before you. I can begin to guide you. I can begin to introduce you to people. But the groups here are not cohesive and not open, and with good reason. You don't need to raise your hand. You can speak.
How do you know that there actually are spies and it's not just people disagreeing?
Yes. I was going to save this until after dessert because it could upset your stomach. Would you like to go now, though, and we could return later for something to clear the palate?
Yeah. I think we'll be okay.
Okay, then come with me. And she stands and she walks to a door, and she opens the door, and even though this is on the ground level, the door opens up to like a large chasm underneath, under the ground. And you see outside the door, those two blue lines. And she just looks back and says, "Do you remember how this works?" And she steps out and slowly settles down. Kesher like fits through the door, but it's not a good fit, and it's his house. But he then lowers down as well.
I'll grab a fish roll and follow.
Nice. Always good to have a fish roll just in case. Okay. Yeah. So do you guys all head down? Yeah, great. So you all head down and find yourselves probably about like 3 or 4 stories underground. It's dark, and you hear as you're going down, let's see. I think Caliban is first. So as you're going down, you see suddenly a light just appear, and a torch has been lit, and you can see that Kesher and Arwa are there, and sort of point at the floor where you are coming down, and you land, and they again usher you out quickly.
Is this literally under your house, or did we just walk through some sort of portal?
No, this is quite literally under my house.
Okay.
But it's under all people's houses. This is the underside of the kava.
I see.
Yes. Reach up, grip down. Roots and stars.
Right. I nod in fake understanding.
Yes, you're all down there. And he starts walking forward, and like it's caverns, it's windy and things like that. But he's holding a torch, and he gets a little bit of ways, and he grabs another torch and he lights it as well, and he passes it back. Here, someone further back, take this so that you can watch where you're going. It's smooth down here, so you shouldn't trip. But always good to see where you're going. He offers it to one of you. So he keeps walking forward. Very dry down here, no water again. Very stone and rocky. And they keep walking, and they turn, and it's very twisty and maze-like where they're going. But you see periodically there's double red lines on the floor that will probably lead up. And if you like hold the torch up high enough, you can see like there's doors to people's houses or to the surface or something up there. So there's a lot of like passageways that you can go. And they keep walking and turning and turning and walking. And then eventually they get to another door, and they open it. And inside you see like a room. And this is by far the most normal room you've seen in this entire place. It's made of some sort of highly polished wood, and it looks very functional. It looks very normal for you guys. It looks almost like a normal room in a normal city in a normal part of the Shimmering Seas. But you walk in, and before you see a grisly scene. Clearly laid out very carefully and well illuminated. This room has continual light source in it. Laid out there, you see 14 bodies, each of them with their head smashed open. Most of them pretty grotesquely, some of them missing chunks, and it's pretty horrifying. Ottawa points at one of the bodies and says, this is for comparison. This is what a normal Kava member looks like when they die in such a fashion. It was an accident. It's not purposeful, I promise. And then she points at the next one, and she says, this is the first one that we found like this. It was an accident. He was loading an airship with goods, and the goods, the crane snapped, and the heavy goods cracked into his head. And she points at the body. And you look at it, and you see that the head is, again, smashed open. But where the brain should be, as there is in the other one, there is some sort of weird purple slug-like goop.
Caliban throws up in the corner.
And that means that one's a spy?
Well, he's certainly not a member of the Kava.
Okay. Yeah, that's weird.
Was this man that you mentioned earlier today, Masozi, do you think he was a spy?
And she sort of looks at Kesher, and Kesher speaks up. Well, there are conflicting reports on that, of course. Some people obviously suspect him because, he killed several people, but technically he was a radical against the spies. He, I guess he believed Well, he's one of what we call the Ilales, but sort of slightly more extreme than the Ilales. The Ilales are a faction that are preaching that anyone who is a leader in the Kava should kill themselves, because obviously the spies would go after leaders more than anyone else, and so if we kill all the leaders, then well, then we've probably gotten all the spies, and that would make us good. The Ilales. I guess you would translate that. That would be the Unforgiven to you. But he was their leader before he was exiled for, and he points at the back row and he says, those 5 people, those were all members of the Kari that Masozi personally killed.
Oh, so he was saying that he thought that the leaders of the Kava were was full of spies, which is, of course, that's probably a ridiculous statement, right? It's probably a ridiculous thing to believe.
It certainly seems far-fetched to me that it would be that many, but it's certainly possible that there are more. I mean, he found 5, but to be fair, he killed 14, and that means that he killed, 9 innocents in that. He's killed a lot more than that, and some of them were spies as well, but 14 members of the Kadri.
Alanin wipes his mouth. Are these people, were they originally Kava and they became something else?
That's certainly, I think, that might be a linguistic question. For us, when you are no longer the Kava, you are not of the Kava anymore, so you are not a Kavanian.
You understand what I'm saying?
They were born here.
Yes, all people here were born here, except for the 5 of you.
But from what I understand, these people are infected. You mentioned a disease.
I mean, that's sort of the way that we've been describing it. These people seem to spy via infecting these people somehow. I don't know how it happens. We don't know how it happens.
Right.
Hence the calling for the 5.
Is there any way that you know that we can tell that they're spies before they're dead?
We have not found a way.
Okay.
The prophecy suggests that you all will be able to find a way.
Nova would like to look really closely at the face of the spluttered blue one, and see if she sees the blue spots around the eyes.
Yeah. Roll a investigation check or a medicine check, depending on what you want to do. Your choice.
Do an investigation.
Yeah. So as you look at some of the bodies, certainly the one thing what you do notice is that the purple creature that's inside the brains of these things, if it dries on the skin, the purple shifts color to blue. It certainly looks like to that sort of powder blue look that you saw around the eyes. So it's certainly a similar substance, but they don't have the same organized pattern that you saw on the ones that you were dealing with before. They're not. It's not obvious that it's the same thing, but there might be a relationship certainly between the substance.
Sorry. I take out a vial. May I take a sample of this? Would that be acceptable?
Yes, of course. This is the beginning, I guess, of your investigation. So we will provide any help that we can without breaking any of our oaths.
Thank you. Yeah, and I'll scoop some into a glass vial and keep it next to my other vial of liquid, mysterious liquid.
Yeah.
From what you gather, do you think that these supposedly infected Kava, know that they are spies? Are they someone else entirely, or are they just going about their day but not realizing that they're spreading certain information?
We have no idea. It's hard for me to imagine that someone is alive with this instead of a brain. So I imagine that they know that they are spies. But I am clueless.
Were there any similarities between them before they died? Like what kind of job they did, or?
Yes, I'll give you a full set of dossiers as soon as Matthew, the DM, writes them. But I'll give you a full set of dossiers on all of them as soon as I am able to help with guiding. They're being prepared still. I should have them by the moon viewing ceremony in a couple days.
Okay.
Do spells not work in terms of like truth telling spells in these instances?
We don't really have enough information to know when you don't know if someone's. We haven't been able to catch anyone with them yet, but that's different than they don't work.
Do the Kava normally? Do you normally get sick? Like, do you get an illness, a common cold in the winter time? Is that known to you?
Certainly, there are diseases that spread among the population occasionally from time to time. It's not common. We are substantially healthier, and our bodies are substantially more adept at dealing with things than your bodies are. But that's just an average. If you played a character from the Kava, you'd have a +2 to your con modifier. Yes. Yes.
Sorry. To follow up, in extreme cases of illness or injury, do you perform surgeries? Do you have medical doctors in the Kava?
Healers.
Healers, yes.
Yes, we have clerics and priests who heal things. They'll fix your wounds of various sorts. Brain injury is a lot to deal with, though, for anyone.
Mm-hmm.
Theoretically, is there a way that you can look inside someone's brain, like while they're still alive?
If we had that ability, we would not have called you.
Tiny drill or something.
You wish to. And Kasha just like, I told you these people are barbarians.
So Lexa is just kind of like strolling up and down and looking at the bodies and the purple stuff, and then she says, I don't know about you guys, but I feel like I'm probably ready for dessert.
Okay, yes. Well, your Kava attendants at your place have know the way to get you here if you want to come back and investigate further. They are also there to help you with anything that you might ask. Though, of course, they too might be spies. But from that perspective, why don't you come with me and we'll go back upstairs and we can engage in dessert. Oh, my husband is going to be so mad at me.
Does everyone have access to the underground area here?
The underground area as a whole, yes. This room, no.
Oh, so everyone has like a back door leading to the underground, but they're all locked. You have locks.
Oh, sorry. Let me rephrase. Not every house has a back door leading to underground, but there are public access points to the under part of the city, as it were, down below, as we call it. But no locks. We have no need for such things.
Right. Okay. What color is dessert?
Rose colored, I would say, like pink rose.
Okay.
It's a good color.
Yeah.
Yes, it is quite lovely. Yes, quite lovely. And she walks. Kasha rushes up carrying the torch. Well, come along, don't dawdle. And he takes you back to his place. There is another set of red lines on the floor, and he heads up and he goes to a. It opens in a different door in his house because apparently up and down magic is different. So it's 2 doors to his house. And so he enters and you head on in, and he closes the door behind him after you guys are all in, and says, come on in, Abdul Kamar. I'm sorry that I left you out of things. And he comes in. No, I understand the ways of things. And how did the Chosen find the situation?
We're ready for dessert.
Wonderful, excellent.
Gruesome.
It's a peach flavored sorbet. Is that good? We also have some chocolate sauce that we can drizzle on it if you'd like. It's from Priyan.
Nova's super excited about dessert. She completely forgot about all the gross stuff.
Awesome. Yeah. So you each brought out a little dessert bowl. You return to your seats, and your retinue returns to their seats, as do the other servants. And the servants sort of deliver this bowl to each of you, a bowl of sorbet, and go around one at a time and offer to scoop some sorbet onto it. Offer to scoop some warm chocolate sauce on it. Scoops on some warm chocolate sauce.
So Lexa will forgo the chocolate sauce because that seems barbaric on peach sorbet, but you know.
It does. It seems a little weird to me, but whatever. We'll take it.
Could I possibly retcon one quick thing?
Yeah, go for it.
From the scene where we were in the basement or the underground area.
Yeah.
Could I have cast Detect Poison and Disease?
Ooh, I don't even know this spell. Let's check this out. See how this exactly works.
I have that prepared, but
yeah, let me take a look for 1 second. Mm-hmm. Oh, yes, this works in this circumstance. So, yes, you cast the spell. Oh, this is awesome. Okay, yeah. What information do you want about these creatures? I'll give you a couple of questions. I think it's for the best.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me read the spell first.
Yeah.
Detect one. Yeah. So is it a poisonous creature? That is in these brains that is dead, or is it a disease of some kind?
It is a poisonous creature.
Do I detect it? Where do I detect it?
They have completely replaced the brains. If this were a different world, like if this were Faerun, we would think of them as being like intellect devourers, but they're very different in sort of substance, texture, and ability. And so they function very differently than intellect devourers, but they're certainly related in some.
Okay. Do I determine that anyone else in this room alive has a similar disease?
You cannot tell because the skull is too thick. It prevents you from seeing inside the skull. Okay. Your detect disease and poison will get you into the blood. It will get you into the body a little bit, but it cannot pierce through bone. Okay. And so you cannot see into their skulls. So for you to notice this, you need to crack open their skulls.
That is convenient.
Okay. Tiny pills.
Thank you. I think that's
perfect.
That's what I got.
That's awesome. Excellent. Cool. Okay. So they pour you. So you have dessert. You've got your warm chocolate sauce on it, and you are all there eating.
So Lexa is like not really present at this point. Like she's eating, but she's like, this is obviously a very uncomfortable situation, and is very preoccupied by what might happen tomorrow.
When is this festival for us that you mentioned?
It is not tomorrow night, but the night after.
So we have a day to meet people, walk around.
Absolutely, yes. I think it would be best, at least to start with, for you to meet representatives from each of the most important political factions in the city. The leader of each of those is a good place, I think, to start. And not excluding myself, of course. I will also meet with you, if you see fits, for me to be there. I am currently the leader of the Isayod, or the Believers.
Mm-hmm.
But certainly we can go through those 6 factions tomorrow, just as a cursory meeting. Some of them will not be happy, but they have all, you know, the will of the Kadri has been made clear. So it should happen. Nonetheless, it would be anyone who refused to show up would be exiled. So I imagine that all will be there. And then the following day, it's partially for you, or at least we're expanding it slightly for you, but it's actually it's a holy day for ourselves as well.
In honor of whom?
In honor of the moons, actually. Both of them, Thoth Tico and Thoth Thru. And in honor of our ancestors.
From the moons, huh? I go back to eating.
I have a question. Was it Abdul Kumar? You said you are a priest, right?
Yes, I am.
And you help people find their way, their path?
Yes, that's my goal. I don't always succeed. I have this one irritating well, I guess she's doing better now, but out in Celestra, she is in a state of doubt, one might say. But her half brother is there, and he seems to be helping guide her back through the path.
I see. So you find so you have some people who leave the Gava as part of their path, or they leave to avoid their path, like in the case you just said?
Oh, depends. She left to avoid her path.
Mm-hmm.
She was unhappy, I believe, at the treatment of her mother. But her mother submitted to the Gava, of course, and is quite happy. So she left to avoid her path. But there are people from the Gava who leave because that is their path.
Mm-hmm. So if someone feels like their path, their calling is to go wander the world, that's a valid path?
Certainly, there are some. We've had explorers before, people who have gone to unknown regions, seen unknown things. Certainly, that's not even uncommon. But I think your questions belie a subtler intent that you're asking about.
No, just wondering. It just makes one reflect, doesn't it? Because I'm getting up there in years, and I don't know if I found my path. You know?
Of course. Well, if you're interested, we have conversations about it. I would love to help you find your path and help move you towards your goal, whatever that may be.
Thanks. I might take you up on that.
You should. It would be great symbol of unity between our cultures if one of the chosen converted to one of our religions.
Are we drinking water, by the way?
Yes, you are.
Okay.
Good question, though. Does anyone else have any other questions or things that they want to ask one of these people? At this point, the obvious, actually, certainly all three of these will be. You'll have access to all three of these people in the future as well. Some less so than others. Kasher is eventually destined to be a diplomat to the Grand Accord. So at some point he'll fly south, but certainly you'll have access to Abdul Kamar and Arwa.
Have we already asked them if these two know specifically why we were chosen?
No.
Nova would like to ask. It's a kind of dessert question.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, sure. And Abdul Kamar sort of looks up at you and is about to open his mouth when Arwa says, now is not the time for theological debate. There are texts, holy texts that have been written, and through them, people, there are certain traits that the chosen five might have, or that people think that they can deduce that they might have. And so the five of you were the five that best fit those traits.
So Lexa looks at Abdul Kamar and says, "Oh, that must be why you came and found all of us individually, right?"
Yes. Well, yes. Well, as you, yes.
Right. So you have met each of us before.
Oh, me? No, not at all. But someone from the Kava has.
Oh.
I only.
I guess I must have just been the lucky one then.
Well, actually, I think it's the other way around. I think I'm the lucky one, actually, because I got to meet you.
You don't.
Sort of looks at you with wide eyes.
You don't have to say that. It's fine. You don't have to say that.
Yes, excellent. Yes. And I think with that, the Arwa sort of pushes back from the table and says, allow me to escort you back to the sky and the mountain.
It feels like it must be about that time, right? It's been quite a dinner.
Yes. A lot has been happening and discussed here.
Well, thank you. This was really, I'm very full. Thank you.
Excellent.
This is the best I've eaten since I left home, I think.
It is a welcome change, even for me, who isn't used to this type of stuff. But thank you, and thank you for your generous hospitality. And I'm going to do my best to put my hands on my thighs and bow awkwardly.
Yeah, how awkward is it? You can decide.
Like a 4 out of 10.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, the gesture is taken very meaningfully. And so they all bow, everyone, normally it's just to one person, but they all bow to you in response with their hands on their thighs. And Arwa then escorts you all home, back to your new home, the sky and the mountain.
I turn to Arwa really quick as we're walking, and I say, Arwa, is there a place or a way that the five of us can speak without prying eyes at any given time? Who knows who might be watching us, and we need to be able to speak freely, the five of us, without anyone knowing? Is there a place or a way that we might be able to do that?
She nods, but doesn't
Thank
say
you.
anything.
Let me know when you are ready to tell me about that place or way.
I will show it to you tomorrow.
Thank you.
But it is best if you don't overuse it.
Only when necessary.
It is something that was built, but that should not have been built.
Just like we're here,
Yes.
but not necessarily like we should be.
Then she nods. You guys make it to your rooms. Anyone have anything they want to do before crashing? Does anyone want to chat with any of your friends, or see anything else, or anything before you crash for the night?
Does Caliban tell us about the like recording equipment in the walls?
So I was gonna say I sit down in a corner, and I write a couple pages about the things in the walls, about when I detected disease, and about my little conversation with Arwa, as well as something that I haven't mentioned to you all yet, which is in the letter from Roland, that there was a specific unknown person, a singular person that reached out for us. That we don't know who this person is, and neither does Roland. But if we find this person, that might be useful.
Okay, so Caliban writes that out, and he shows it to everyone. Has everyone read it? Is that the idea?
I write 4 different versions, and pass it to everyone discreetly while saying goodnight, shaking their hands. And
yeah, can you roll a sleight of hand check for me?
Sure. Not so good at that, but I'll do my best.
We'll find out how good of it you are today.
Yeah. For abilities, sleight of hand. 6. Almost enough completely.
Yeah. So so Caliban sort of awkwardly slips you guys a piece of paper. He probably hasn't folded it enough time, so it's just a little bit bigger than it should be to slickly pass it to people. But you all get a piece of paper from Caliban explaining these things.
And burn after reading.
Mhm.
Or rip up to shreds or something.
Perfect. And you each return to your rooms. And Caliban, you get to your room, and there's a quiet knock on your door.
Come in.
And the door opens, and your Kava servant is standing there. She's bowing, her hands in front of her. She's holding a letter in her hands.
Could you set it there, please?
Of course. And she walks in and places it down on a desk or a table or wherever you're looking at.
Thank you.
She bows and leaves, again, not showing you her back.
I open it.
It is a letter that is addressed to you from Thomas Dagmar. And we will start next session with that. Okay, welcome to the Kava, people. We'll see how this all works out. Cool. Excellent.
This is super creepy.
Good.
Super creepy.
I'm glad that it's a little creepy. It should be a little creepy. Excellent. You guys are very good at deducing things. I know it may not feel like that from your end, but you guys have picked up more clues than I have even laid down. So it's pretty to watch it from this end. I hope it's fun for those of you who are watching it from home. So hope you guys are having a good time and enjoying yourselves. If you are, please like, follow, subscribe, and all that good stuff. In this era of social distancing, maintain your social distance with other people. I get that some things are opening slowly, but please, for the sake of yourself and for the sake of others, maintain a certain degree of social distancing and safety. Please wash your hands. And of course, as always, the most important thing that I can possibly tell you, don't forget to call your cat and feed your mom. Bye, everyone. you.